Cool, cool, cool. I think everything's... Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't make chat big so that I could read it. Gotta have big chat. If I don't have big chat, then I can't read chat. Hey, Lo, how's it going? Hey, Xavier. Big chat doesn't want you to know. I don't know. I don't know what big chat doesn't want you to know. So I've been doing some work on an effect that I want to use for the game. It is an outline shader. I'm pretty happy with the results at this point. The audio is very low volume. Yeah, I think last week, maybe the week before, there was an issue with the audio clipping, and I haven't had a chance to go back and check. So this is probably the regular audio volume. I can definitely modify it. I'm looking at it right now. Let's see, 36. I think if I turn this up, that'll go up a little bit, but then it might start clipping if I talk too loud. So just let me know. Yeah. Haven't had a chance to actually go debug what was happening the other day on stream, so I'll turn it up for now, and then at some point in the future, modify it again. So this is the outline shader. Spent the last 2 days or so building this. It's based on Vertex colors, which is really nice because as you can see on the left-hand side, the cube here, you can control where the outline shows up on the cube. And I probably actually need another example here because this is kind of like the default outline that you would expect is the one on the left. The outline plus, say, normals is the one on the right that you would expect here. But we actually have like full control with this shader. So we can determine any of the... see if I can find the cube here. We can control any of the lines and how any of the lines show up, which is kind of the intent. Hey, Anders, how's it going? Hey, Miner. Xavier, if the volume didn't get fixed by that, let me know. Or at least if it's not reasonable. Hey, Trevor, how's it going? Good to see y'all. Sounds great. Perfect. So what we're doing here is typically what would happen with the intended kind of workflow here is if we go into Vertex Paint here, you can see that I've Vertex painted this cube with a couple of different colors. The Vertex painting will then define where the edges are. Still lower than other YouTube videos. Okay, I'll have to go back and figure that out. I think... Yeah, I think I'm peaking around -5, averaging -10. So I'll have to go check that out. But yeah, so this is the way you would control it. And these are all generated, so I kind of have to like make some arbitrary decisions. For the first one, I'm just making them all... So we only use the red channel here as well, which is probably something I should fix. No, I don't think I can fix it here, but we only use the red channel for this information. If we go to the post-processing shader itself, so there's two shaders in play. One is the post-processing shader, which defines where the outlines show up, as we can see here, and then mixes with the final output. And then there is this texture, which is all of the vertex colors. So if you look at the vertex colors for the faces on the cube, you see that the second cube has different vertex colors on its faces. This is not shaded, just to be clear. There is no lighting going on this view. The things that kind of look like shadows are just different values of red. They have nothing to do with lighting or anything like that. So on the left-hand side, that's why we get the outline on the full cube. On the right-hand cube, that's why all of these surfaces are detected as edges. The actual detection is done currently using a Sobel filter, which is TLDR. You check, like in a 3x3 grid of pixels, you check the left-hand column, right-hand column. You do some calculations based on those, and that gives you your result value. At which point I am thresholding it at 0.01. I think, yeah. So if I didn't threshold it, you could see how the diff actually shows up in this outline. The outline gets kind of like a little bit transparent-ish looking. It's not transparency, but we're manually mixing the output with that stroke. So I've just decided to cut it off at 0.01. So we get a full stroke on anything that does have a stroke. Texture load is interesting because it picks a specific pixel. This is not a sampler. It's just grabbing the value at a vec2i or a vec2u offset. So xy in this case is vec2u, and I'm converting that into vec2i because I want to do some math. Texture load just grabs the value out of that texture, and this texture is a storage texture that we fill in the material that's on everything in the scene. So the game that we're writing has one Uber material that goes on everything. So the way that I wrote this is a standard material extension. I have a slight override on PBR input from standard material, which usually comes from Bevy, but is currently coming from this fork of it that I'm using. Not of Bevy, just of this one file. The only thing that does is avoid coloring the vertex colors. Because if you use the regular one here, you can kind of see it here, but the base color turns into the vertex color. The vertex color overrides whatever texture you would sample. But that's an easy fix. Just comment out one line of code effectively. Then we store in that texture at some position the color. So as we run the fragment shader for everything in the scene, we write all of that stuff out to the storage texture. That texture then gets used in the post process alongside the main color to actually end up with outlines and the colors. So I'm pretty happy with this in general. It's not integrated into the game yet. I've got two modules here that are relevant. One is the post-process stuff, and one is the vertex color material. So this file will turn into the Uber material that we're using in our game. So this isn't terribly important because there's nothing special here. The only thing that's here is the storage texture, which we're going to need to add to the Uber material at some point. This is the texture we write to from the fragment shader and read from in the post process to get those vertex colors. And then the post process for the most part is almost a copy paste of the regular post process customization example. The big differences being we have to set up our vertex color section ID texture thing. So this is a component. We want that component extracted. That component is set on the camera along with the post-process settings. This image is the storage texture image. It has a little bit more, I think it has more permissions than it needs. I don't actually think we need render attachment. We do use texture binding and storage binding, one in each of the shaders. Storage binding for when we're writing to it, texture binding when we are like reading from it or sampling it. Straightforward image, two-dimensional, filled with zeros, has a format, etc. I started off at 2048 by 2048, but it actually resizes. So if I scroll all the way down in the post process, then we have this update Vertex ID texture system, which just queries for primary window and also any images and any materials. We get the storage texture, we fill it with zeros, and then optionally, if the window has resized, we change it. So theoretically, if we weren't resizing this, then comment out the resize and run it. Then we get something like this because it's not resizing, right? So just kind of like, yeah, technically there's like a 2048 by a 2048 texture there and the outlines are there, but nothing lines up because the texture isn't resizing with the window as it changes. So it's important that those two things line up because otherwise nothing lines up in our scene when we go to sample stuff. This is unfortunately clearing all of the data from the CPU and resizing it on the CPU. So at some point it would be cool to move these, but especially the data fill, the zero fill, but it's not really an issue right now. Let's see. So we got our extract component for that vertex color image handle. This update Vertex ID texture is running in the last schedule right now. I don't think it needs to, but semantically I want it cleared at the beginning of each frame. So yeah, I don't know. Last is where it is right now. If you've ever looked through the post-process custom example, you'll see things like view query and whatnot. This is more or less the same thing you would run in a system, except it's not this whole thing isn't a system, it's a view node in the render graph. So what you end up with is needing to specify the components here. So in this case, we've got post-process settings and vertex color section ID for the texture. And then when this node runs, we kind of just get that stuff. The uniforms live in component uniforms. The texture lives with the GPU image render assets because the image got extracted into the render world. When it gets extracted and uploaded to the GPU, it turns into a GPU image. So we want the GPU image to do our rendering and stuff. And then we've got to update our bind group layouts and our bind groups. So this is the bind group. In this case, I'm actually setting up a sampler for this. We don't actually need a sampler, but I was hoping kind of to do some optimization at some point. The only thing that I'm aware of, unfortunately, for that is WGSL spec texture gather. And texture gather, as far as I'm aware, only does 4 texels. So really not terribly useful for us. It also is relevant to the Sobel filter, only really uses the like side columns. What else do we have here? This is just the full screen vertex so that it's actually a post process and it runs over everything. That's in the regular example too. And then we've got the bind group layout stuff, texture 2D and the sampler. The texture 2D is the important part. The sampler we're not actually using right now. I was hoping to find a way to do, because we have to do like 9 samples total for all the pixels to do the outline calculation. I was hoping to do those like in a batch of some kind, but that didn't work out yet. And otherwise, this is all pretty default in terms of the example. The post-process settings compared to the example changes. I have a stroke color, so I can control what the stroke is and the width. I don't have Bevy Inspector eGUI set up in this example, so I can't modify it on the fly without either writing some code or whatnot. But the shader hot reloads. So if we go into the shader and we do settings.width and change that to like, I don't know, 10, then the outline gets really big. If it's 1, it gets really small. I think that the maximum is somewhere between like 4 and 6 for this effect. It can get a little bit weird, especially at the points of like tetrahedrons here, like the D3 here. You can kind of see it gets pointy in a number of different ways there. So I think my settings width has it at 2 right now. I like the effect of 2. It doesn't really scale up to like 10 or something like that. It would be cool to find an approach that does. But I don't think I need that at the moment either. Yeah, I don't know. If anybody has any questions about stuff, I can dive into different pieces of it. I'll probably make a video on this overall. One thing that I want to do in the example here, do I have the GLTF? I do have the GLTF. So one thing that I want to do is include one of these meshes here. I think this is the right one. Then I can get rid of this. Is hot reloading comes out of the box? Yeah, you just need to enable the file watcher feature on Bevy. It used to be that you had to update like the plugin or whatever, but if you enable the file watcher feature, you should just have the ability to hot reload shaders. I will say sometimes it just crashes, like if you're changing bindings or like things like that, which is kind of expected. But yeah. Have I ever tried animating UVs with the new curves? I have not tried animating the UVs with the new curves. Feel like you would have to set up the curves because all the new curve stuff is on the CPU side, right? So you would have to drive it from the CPU into the shader. I don't actually know offhand what would happen if you just kind of like modify the data on the mesh. Yeah, but no, I haven't tried it. All the new curve stuff is CPU side though. I'm not aware of any of it on the GPU side. So I guess you could do like curve setup using the new curve stuff and then pass in like discrete data sampled as an array into a shader and then use that information. But I don't know, what's the use case for animating UVs, I guess? I don't know. Will you implement this edge detection in the 15 game? Yes, we're going to do that after I update the example and commit this code. That's the next step here. I just kind of wanted to at least try to get people on the same page for what's going on here and what we're going to do. But this is going to live in, this example is going to live in the Bevy examples repo. so that people who want an isolated version of this can actually go check it out. Yeah, so this is interesting because one of the things that we're going to run into fairly quickly, probably inside of the game, is that these vertex colors right now are all the red channel, right? Which means that if I set the colors to things that are similar, then the outline gets drawn around the differences. I think this is a good thing in general, but I do need to actually deal with that in some way, is the way that I'll frame it. So I need to integrate either the depth into the ID calculation or something like that, so that we end up with a bunch of different colors rather than the same colors that I've hand authored. Because, like, for example, one of these faces is like 0.8, and then the one on the cylinder here is also 0.8, which means that they are the same, right? Animating UVs was used in old school games for, water river cascades. Oh, scrolling textures. Yeah, I guess I don't think of animating UVs from the CPU side like that. Right? Like I would take time and add it to the UVs. So I wouldn't animate the UVs, I would animate the value that I passed in, if that makes sense, over time. So the UVs are static, but then time changes, and that affects the output. Is that what you meant? Yeah, the offset value is the way that I'm used to thinking about scrolling textures. So I need to put this cube somewhere. This cube is like a two-sized cube, unfortunately. That's just the way Blender works. Can this do concave? I don't know exactly what you mean by that. The vertex colors are manually defined, so it can do anything that you can manually define. Let me move this other cube so that it doesn't overlap with everything else at the moment. Let's like move it up maybe. All right, it's two-sized, not, yeah. Let's put this up at like, I guess 4 or something. It's two-sized, everything else is one size, so that should just place it up here. Probably center it as well, because there isn't really a reason to not have it centered. It's not based on like concavity or convexity or like, you know, like the method is not it's not based on which way the edge is facing. So here's an example of having manually authored the vertex colors. So you can see that interior to this cube for a bunch of it does not have it. But then right here, that interior does have it because that vertex face has a different color than the other faces. It would be nice if a custom system would assign random vertex color per face automatically. Yeah, I don't want it random per face though. I want it random per per vertex color per object. So instance of the material maybe would be a good thing to use. Yeah, I basically want to separate. I have a 0 to 1 value effectively for every object, right? And in that space, I can use that space however I want, but I want all of those spaces for all objects to be substantially different. So could definitely take, if they were all the same, you could take the index of the material or whatever, and then sort of increment everything by 1, because it's really an F32 space. But yeah. You just learned Rust. Can you start learning Bevy right away? Absolutely. If you've been studying for 6 months, you can absolutely do that. I think Bevy is a really good place to actually learn Rust. The shader stuff I'm talking about right now is not particularly beginner friendly. But the things you'll be dealing with as somebody who is just getting started and using it is like commands.spawn and like an observer, and this observer then takes some arguments and then you do some stuff with them. So like it does a really nice job of encapsulating that stuff and giving you like a program-wide architecture to get started with. I think that's the thing that a lot of newer Rust developers get tripped up on, is they start writing programs as like giant globs of state like they do in other languages, and then they can get kind of tripped up by that. Live and uncensored. Yeah, I agree with Xavier. Bevy's great to start with Rust. It's using Sobels, but it's not depth and normal based. Sobel is somewhere in here if I click the right file. Jeez. It is using Sobel. It is not using depth and normals. It is using hand-authored Vertex colors. So I've got a Sobel in here, assuming you already know what that is. So it's literally, in this case, just Sobel and mix the stroke color for the post-process. The interesting thing here that I can bring up is if I comment that out and I just show the Vertex colors. These are all the Vertex colors for all of these objects. So now you can see why Sobel picks up on an edge between each of these faces and whatnot. It's very, very clear when you look at this like debug view, why that cube, for example, this one face has all of those outlines, but the other ones don't, because they're all, you know, white or whatever that color is. So when we go back to this, that's why this doesn't have an outline. That's why that doesn't have an outline, but this face does. So instead of doing something automated like depth and normals, I'm doing hand-authored Vertex colors because I want the artistic intent. Yeah, and then you can control any outline on any object in the entire scene. So it's a little less automated, but it delivers more artistic control. I can also like automate things in different ways, you know, and I could have depth and normals as fallback or whatever, but definitely driving at artistic intent support here more than automation. You've watched pretty much all the videos, really good content. Nice. Glad you're enjoying it. Wondering if you've played with Spin or Cloud or Fermion Cloud for WASM stuff. I haven't. I still need to be sold on using WASM for server-side stuff. I'm currently using fly.io for a lot of my deployments. I do like their Firecracker infrastructure. I like their networking infrastructure. I get to run native Rust inside of effectively a Docker container, if you will. It's not Docker containers. It's they convert them into Firecracker VMs and stuff, but yeah, I have not played with it because I'm not sold on it, I guess. I know that some of the Leptos people, like Ben, have been playing with WASM on the server side, and I was talking to them at RustConf, and they were trying to convince me that it's worth doing and interesting. I just haven't been convinced yet. It's not that it's useless or anything. I just haven't been convinced to move my stuff to it. You saw a really unique art style where everything is Vertex colors, but all the edges are like 10% brighter, creating a very cool toon matte plastic look. But all the edges are 10% brighter. All the internal edges specifically are 10% brighter. That's interesting. You were writing an outline shader like this before using depth and normal. Good enough, but you still have a few problems. Yeah, I've done the depth and normal approach before. And it's fine. Actually, do I have that somewhere? Probably shouldn't go hunting for it. Oh, that was a weird layout issue. Let's see. Rust Adventure, I think Pixelate 3D. I think this is where... See if this runs. Just for completeness sake, I haven't touched this repo in ages, and I don't know what the current state of the files on my disk are. So just to be clear about that before I run this, and then people go, oh, it doesn't work. Yeah, it might not. I don't think I've updated this example for 0.15 either. Let's see. There's no bin. What did I do? Oh, I put it all in examples, didn't I? Let's run the scene. This is Bevy. This should be Bevy 0.14. Oh, no, this is 0.12? 0.12. Wow. So I really need to update this repo, I guess, if I'm going to keep this repo around. But this is pixelated, and then I believe there's an outline in this example. I ended up using a conversion to OKLCH, using the lightness for the quantization, and then doing edges and stuff based on the pre-pass normal and depth. The code in here is significantly messier than the code that I just wrote for this other one. That's what happens when you write things for the first time and then continue writing successive implementations of them. Just to be aware, if you do paste a link in chat, it will not get it'll get auto pulled out, like auto moderated, and nobody will ever see it. So if you do have a link, you'll have to either join the Discord and share it, or find a way to describe the link without actually pasting it. So yeah, this is depth and normal based outlines. I don't really like the output of this compared to the output of the Vertex color approach. Like this is okay. It's pixelated, so keep that in mind as well. But I do like the Sobel filter pixels that we currently have based on the Vertex colors more than I like this version of it. But it does work. It's fine, you know, and it's automated for everything. So everything automatically gets that silhouette and whatnot. I'm not unhappy with this. It's just not the look that I'm currently going for. That was a January project last year. I always start January. I do like the first 3 or 4 days, and then I get stuck in doing something with the Bevy project. is also using attenuation to do some color with lighting. It's actually using Bevy's lighting entirely. There's no custom lighting in that. The little spheres that were running around that you saw, those are actually spotlights. So like, there is no custom lighting in that example. There's no emulated lighting. That's also one of the things that I see a lot of people doing when they do these kinds of shaders in other environments, is they're kind of like, oh, we're going to write this, but because we're doing this, we have to replace the entire lighting pass. And one of the really nice things about Bevy is that you just don't have to do that. Yeah, the Sobels that I'm using currently does 2 pixels. That's a configurable thing, though. That's just something that I set it to. If we run this, this is a 2 pixel outline. But even the 1 pixel looks a lot cleaner. And that may be something due to the way that I'm doing the pixelization or something like that. It may just look cleaner because there's more pixels being rendered here. I haven't done a comparison yet or anything like that. I probably will go back to that other example at some point. But yeah, I like the 2 pixel better than the 1 pixel for sure. I think I like this implementation over the other implementation as well. Any recommendations for learning how to make shaders? Yeah, I mean, you're used to using Bevy already, so the starting place would be Bevy, examples, shader, and then here's a bunch of shaders. This isn't going to teach you like outline techniques or anything, but it will get you started with a shader environment. There's 2 that are probably interesting. One is shader material. This is 3D. This will get you just a basic shader environment to work with. Bevy also makes it easy to get more data into the shader and etc. And then the other one is the one that I tend to use when I'm doing stuff that should integrate with Bevy more, and that's the extended material. The extended material shader will be a little bit more complicated, but it really depends on what you're trying to do. How does this look if you have more colors per mesh? The mesh colors shouldn't have any impact on it. So this is Vertex colors, right? So maybe we do... is there a material on this cube? Let's get out of texture paint mode. Object mode. I don't think this has a material. So let's create 2 materials here. Actually, will that even... I don't even think that will show the example well enough. But mesh colors shouldn't have an impact. There's no piece of the calculation that is using mesh colors or sampled texture colors or anything like that, right? So, wow, that's really chonking for some reason, isn't it? I wonder if I'm running too much stuff on my computer right now. I didn't leave that other example running, did I? Oh, that's because I wasn't running it with optimizations and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. One of the things that I'm doing here is resizing it in the window and doing the clearing of that texture on the CPU side. So I think that that's also affecting performance there, thus requiring me to run it with optimizations enabled, which is not terrible, not terribly uncommon either. But yeah, shader language is different to normal programming languages. Yeah. I think that um, I want to take a image screenshot of this first. Um, yeah, I mean they are different. I don't know that they are like that substantially different that it would matter for somebody that already knows how to program, you know? Let's remove the unused imports. Do this. Cargo clippy before we push this. Oh, right. I was running in release, so. There's a lot of math if you do math things. Not everything you do needs to be a lot of math. For example, the Sobel filtering stuff, most of the explanations for this are going to tell you to use a matrix. Where's my Chrome window? Right, if I search for like Sobel filter outline, and I go to like whatever the first one is, that looks like Robert's Cross. That doesn't look like Sobel. This is the other thing too. It seems to me like a lot of people confuse Robert's Cross with Sobel, which is really strange. So yeah, if you go to look for Sobel, you'll see like, oh yeah, it's a matrix. And this actually, if you read the Wikipedia page, is not multiplication, it's the convolution operator. Why they use the same operation, or why they use the same character to denote both, I don't know. But then like it forces you to go learn about convolution or whatever. But in reality, when I actually wrote the implementation, I didn't use matrices. And I just did the multiplication myself. So, like, sure, there can be a lot of math. You can do things with matrices. You can do things in very mathy ways, but you can also do a lot of things without that. Right? Like this is basic algebra. It's just weighting a couple values. So we've got some clippy warnings here. I think this if has identical blocks. I don't know that I care about that actually. 315. I mean, I guess I could do or equals -1. Doing float comparisons here too, which is not particularly the right thing to do. Oh great, I just learned matrix multiplication and now I gotta go find out with that whole convolution thing too. It's not bad. You don't really need to learn it if you don't want to do multiple different convolutions or whatever. Also, when processing images, convolution is often a source of off by 1 errors, but not in shaders with samplers. Also, convolution, as far as I understand it, is just take your matrix, flip it again on both axes, and then do a multiplication. So, not terribly complicated either. Matrix operations absolutely useful, 100%. I think that there's a lot of things to which you can be like, yes, knowing this is useful. Is knowing this required? Usually not. Is it useful? Can you write better implementations and, do more generic things the deeper you go? Absolutely. Would never say that the information is useless. Just would say that if people are avoiding things because of the complicated math or something, that you can write simpler versions of things. Where is this one? 264. Same thing. I don't really ever expect this to run on WebGL, but maybe I just leave that in there, but I comment it out. I haven't tested this on the web at all, so not terribly concerned with supporting the web with this in particular. Yes, actually, if I close this, you should see it have that issue. It's really hard to see on this demo, but you can see the line here. That is exactly that issue currently. The way that I'm fetching that is doing whatchamacallit. Wrapping. Wow. So this is, I believe, wrapping over the side. And thus, if I put this in the right spot and you zoom into like this really small location here, and I blow that way up, you can see that it's actually sampling from the other side of the image. So that is something that I do need to fix. I'm not terribly concerned about it at the moment, but it is something that we need to fix. The easiest way to fix that is probably to have the sampler return null for those out of bounds rather than wrapping. Matrix operations unlock so many things in game dev. For example, camera projection matrix. Yeah, but like if you're doing game development and you're trying to build, I don't know, your first 5 to 10 games, the engine that you use already has cameras and projections. And like, if you look at Bevy, it has transforms, it has the camera projections, it has the matrices already, right? So like, you don't need to understand the matrix math behind a camera projection to write a game in Bevy. Not that it's useless information or anything like that, right? You just don't need it, strictly speaking. Linear algebra is very useful for a lot of things. Without it, how would you do the force lever thing, creating a moment couple? It will require cosines and introduce sign confusion. How would you do the force lever thing, creating a moment couple? I don't know that I know exactly what you're referring to with that. I'm definitely absolutely not saying linear algebra is not useful. It is definitely useful. Especially a rudimentary understanding of vectors and spaces and what it means to have a matrix and what that means to the space that it operates in, you know? But you can get all of that from, 3 hours of YouTube videos, right? What is the 3 blue? I keep typing 2. 3 blue, 1 brown. Yeah, cool. They even have their own website at this point. Like, linear algebra, 3 blue, 1 brown, go through the, 8 videos out of the 15 here that matter to you, and then you have a good basis for linear algebra. Like, these videos are great. If you don't have any idea or intuition for vectors and matrices and spaces and linear transformations and things, go watch these videos. Absolutely. Highly recommend. Gives you things like what does it mean to have a dot product, etc. Highly suggest. Cool. I think this is all set. Make sure this still runs. I don't want the GLTF in here. I want just the GLB. GLB, WGSL. And this is, what did I call this? Edge detection. Cool. So that is all up on GitHub if anybody wants to check that out later or whatever. Yeah, if you don't want to solve problems, this is the go-to. Yeah, if you don't want to solve linear algebra equation problems, you mean? Yeah. If you want like a basis for what it means to intuition about vectors and spaces and stuff for game development rather than solving linear equations, yes. Oh, inverse kinematics. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you will get stuck on things. Definitely not saying that you wouldn't get stuck on more advanced applications. But I think that when people talk about it, they talk about it as if like linear algebra is the basis for everything that you're ever going to do in game programming, and like you have to know it before you do anything else and all these other things. And that's just not true. It is very useful. If you have the time and the inclination, definitely go learn about it. But to make a game, when most people are going to start making a game and they're going to make like a 2D platformer or something, it just isn't required. Now, if I didn't know how to do shaders, I wouldn't have done this outline. I wouldn't have been able to do the color reveal thing that we have in the game. So like another instance of like, do you really need to know shaders? Not really. Do you get some benefits from knowing how they work and how to write them and etc.? Yes, absolutely. Where's the game? That's Bevy. Here's the game. So we have two things that we could do from here. I could make the example better, or I could just go integrate it into the game. I think I want to integrate it into the game. So let me move this desktop so that I'm not flipping back and forth between 7 desktops like I am doing right now. And this is the current state of the game. We've got the color reveal. I included some, I don't know if we talked about this last week. Did I do this after stream last week? I think I did. Obviously all the colors are not perfect here, but we have a shader for the color reveal now, and the color reveal has a subtle texture to it. So it's no longer just like a stiff sphere. Now when you move this, it actually has like almost a painted texture gradient or like a fade into the rest of it. Oh, current IK is deprecated and new IK is not out yet. Dang, that's always an unfortunate software place to be. Yeah, Bevy is a good example of an engine that allows you to work with a lot of the internals but are not required to know about any of them. Yes. You can get away with no knowledge of how memory works or data sizes and stuff and still make a game in Bevy. Yes. I think that's true for all of Rust, actually. For most of Rust, we'll say. Even I would even stretch to say working with Embassy doesn't necessarily require that. I think that it's much more useful if you're doing embedded work. Or if you're doing operating systems or, you know, zero copy network protocols or anything like that. But that's a domain thing. That's not a language thing, right? Because you can go make a Bevy game or a Leptos application and a website and a server and an API and all these other things without knowing really anything about how the memory is set up or the memory works or anything like that. Basically treating it as JavaScript. Same is true for deeper knowledge, math concepts and stuff too. Unless you're trying to do complicated stuff, it's not necessarily a wall. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's also like once you start getting into deeper mathematical concepts, for example, if you start getting into geometric algebra and you don't have anybody to tell you anything about geometric algebra, then you are going to be lost. And you're going to be lost in a way that means that it doesn't apply to anything that you're doing. And you don't know where it'll be useful. You know, like it's very, without saying anything about whether it's useful as a domain or not. I think it's interesting. And it's especially interesting from the perspective of there are so many people talking about it in so many different ways. Okay, so I wanted to check our lighting situation here, actually. I think that our lighting is potentially just generally too bright at the moment. We are using the defaults. There's two things basically, right? One of them is that because we don't have any textures on these things, they all look flat white and terrible. Like, yeah, you can see shadows and whatnot, but like these are literally flat white planes, and that does not bode well in general. The other thing is that they will continue to be flat white planes unless the cube happens to be on them. So let me go to our level. We've got our level here, right? And these are actually all colored with that blue color. Our base is not. Maybe we should do something here. Let's do some color here that is not. Right. Did I do that on the collider? What did I just put that material on? Yeah, let's make this lower. Let's do this. Let's save this. Bugs me a little bit that that isn't showing. There we go. So now we've got a deeper blue hue for the base. I've got to find my way back to the game directory because I saved something out of Blender to somewhere else. This week, this is like... This is the worst part of most creative programs. The fact that the like system browsers and stuff always reset all the locations. It's not per project. It's you can't set things up to go to different directories without a bunch of hassle. Like I just renamed this Vertex Painted Cube because that's what I was doing for the example. And it's just really annoying overall. Let's make sure that we are including everything and that we are pulling in our custom properties, because otherwise everything's going to break. Have I uploaded the GLB textures to itch.io yet? Nope, have not. As someone who is completely self-taught, homeschooled as well, that's one of the hard parts about math. That's why you always copy. Yeah, that's one of the hard parts about math in general. I think even when I was younger and I had like plenty of time and inclination to do random math stuff, it was really hard to find anybody who would tell me where the hell I needed to go to learn anything or what topics I needed to work on. You know, I was like in calc sleeping because we spent 3 months on how to derive something and I got that within like 2 weeks, you know, fake times, obviously. But, yeah, would have been nice to have some kind of path drawn out. This is why I always copy and paste paths in the top whenever you lose your place. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So you can see that when it's like this, it's not necessarily, like we've still got that heavy, heavy, heavy circle. And over there, that color is super, super light for some reason. Did I like bump the alpha on this or something? I know that these have this normal map applied to them. Alpha's all the way up. Maybe we just darken this a little bit. I am working my way into doing trim sheet stuff in this game. So one of the things that I have done to these other platforms is they have 45-degree normals for the edges based on the trim sheet that you can see in Blender there. And I'm wondering if that... No, I think the color was just too bright, I think. I want to make this barrier right there significantly more of a gradient of sorts. But yeah, I do generally like the idea that it fades out a little bit more. Hey, Kratz, how's it going? You taught calc with Mathematica in 95. It was more of a calc for engineers than a calc for mathematicians, and you thought it was really good? Nice. Yeah, I feel like the calc information that I got when I was growing up was very, very light, it feels like. What else? We have an example here too for the Uber shader. I feel like I checked this in the shader. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it's like, okay, as an effect. It is in the direction that I want to go. It is not by any means a polished effect. But I do want this kind of like gradient between these two to occur. So I have to figure out what the best way to do that is. But that said, our goal is to port this. So let's grab the post-process stuff. I think I'm just going to dump this in as the same way it's kind of done in the other game, or the other example. So the shader for the material that's used in the other example is going to be a part of our Uber material, and then this post process has to be a separate thing. So we'll name this post process. I'll dump this in here. This is going to be a plugin. So we shouldn't need to actually do anything in this file because it's all been written in the other file already. Actually, I think that there needs to be a new import because we pull in the material extension here, which is going to be defined in a different file. So we might need to update this, but we'll see. How do you lower the spindle so it doesn't hover too high off the ground? I am not going to lower that cylinder. I'm going to make it have legs. And the bottom of the cylinder is not going to be the place where it's on the ground. Is there something like albedo or reflectivity in Bevy? Yeah. So the standard material has all of that. All of that sort of stuff. The things I'm doing in Blender there are translating directly into a standard material. And the standard material also is the thing that I'm extending with the shader. So in this case, base color is going to be that color that I'm modifying in Blender. It's got things like emissives, metallics, clear coats, a bunch of stuff like that. Reflectivity is somewhere in here. Reflectance. Roughness is also in here. So if you're using the standard material, which you probably are if you're doing 3D stuff, then look at the docs. It has a bunch of stuff. I fully don't agree with that statement, Minor. Just can we not have a conversation about that in chat on stream? Okay, so this is Vertex color material. This is going to be the Uber material. So the extra data is going to go in here. Let's grab the Vertex color stuff. We're going to need a WGSL in here as well. Add another material plugin. Well, actually, we don't need to add that material plugin because we're not going to have that. That's just going to be the Uber stuff. Pull in load internal assets. We're going to need the PBR fragment replacement at the top and this somewhere in here. I'm just going to dump things in at the bottom so that I know where they are and I'll reorganize them later. Again, that is not a conversation I would like to have on stream, Minor. Custom PBR fragment is important. This custom PBR fragment is the thing that we were talking about earlier. Let's see, custom PBR fragment. So this is quite a long file. It is quite literally this URL copied and pasted. So it's Bevy PBR, source render, PBR fragment.wgsl. It is almost exactly the same, except for this specifically right here, if def vertex colors. And I just commented that out. That's the only thing that changed here. And the reason for that is if this is not commented out, it overrides the base color and uses that instead of a sampled texture, or it impacts the actual output. So you end up with the base color being multiplied where is it? PBR from vertex output is this one? Yeah. So you end up with PBR input. This has the color of the vertex colors, which then gets multiplied by the base color. So I don't want this multiplication to happen effectively. I want this to be like a white. Yeah, I could use another attribute. If I use another attribute, then I don't get to use the default behavior in Blender and stuff. I have to change that to be the other attribute, right? And I would like to keep using the default stuff in Blender, right? Like I want to come in here and do like on this platform when we get to it, go into modeling, go into vertex paint, and then like set the colors. And this is, okay, attribute, whatever. But like if I change this attribute, then I have to follow that attribute the whole path. And I have to remember to change it again whenever I paint it and stuff like that. So that's why I'm using it currently. I'm not against changing that in the future, but that's why it's set up like that currently. I think you're right, though. I think it should be a separate attribute. Because I am kind of abusing it, I feel like. But, yeah. Okay, so this is the demo. We've got all of this stuff. Custom PBR fragments. This, for some reason, doesn't like what's going on. So let's... Maybe I just didn't save that file. Sick. Extract component has to come in. Shader asset path for vertex color section test material. I don't actually think we need this. We need to add this to our other, right? And I'm expecting this to update more than pretty much everything else, so I'm putting it at the bottom. I should probably also move SDFs to the bottom, I think, but we'll do some performance work at some point. So storage texture here is 105. We've got a little bit more visibility, a little bit more permissions on it than we probably need. We could probably lock it down at some point. This storage texture is going to have to get set. Yeah, right. Still using Blender and exported defaults as possible by using a system that copies this color to another attribute and delete the color attribute depending on the material custom property. But yes, more complicated. Yeah. Also, I don't know if you've noticed this when I run the application, but when I do a cargo run here, well, it's not going to show me because it's not in a running state right now. But there's a warning for some other vertex colors at some other point that I set that I actually need to go through and try to remove in Blender. So I'm also concerned about the fact that if I use a custom attribute and it comes in and Bevy doesn't recognize it, then it spits out warnings and I don't know how to silence those for an intentional extra attribute. So there's some discovery and implementation that needs to happen there. Okay, so the Uber material is going to get this storage texture now because when the fragment shader runs for the store or for the Uber material, we are going to decide whether or not to write into that storage texture. So that's this logic here. We will need this storage and this store call. I feel like having shaders so far away from the rest of my code, like I want it right next to that file, not in assets. Okay, so we need this here. This is going to be 105. That'll be the Vertex ID material. This has to happen in basically the same location. I'm going to write it out for everything right now, but we can play with it at some point in the future to decide whether we do actually write those in so we could turn it on and off per object. Am I calling add custom vertex attribute on the GLTF plugin? That's what silences the warnings? Cool. No, I'm not. The warning that I'm seeing for something else is actually a thing I want to remove. So I haven't looked into how to silence that because it shouldn't be there. I was messing around in Blender at some point. I set some vertex data on something. I might have set like an additional set of vertex data or something like that. Thus, that attribute is not mentioned. But I do think that changing this implementation to use a custom attribute is the right move. So I'll remove it over there and I'll add it over here. So yeah. You could probably set Bevy up to draw lines wherever you have split edges in Blender. You mean like a wireframe? Yes, you can definitely do that. That isn't what I'm trying to do with the effect. But yes, you can definitely draw wireframes. How much experience did I have with Blender before Bevy? I was one of those people who was like, Blender would be cool to know. And then like, I don't know, I used it in version 2 and didn't build anything substantial and like checked back in sometime in version 3 and like didn't build anything substantial. And like, I have a couple of example projects under my belt, maybe like a couple of tutorials that I followed in the past. Yeah. I wouldn't say I was particularly experienced with Blender. I actually get quite a little bit of help here from Xavier and from chat in general when I am using Blender on stream. That said, I was thinking about starting a second channel based around art stuff. Doing things like texturing and Blender stuff and things like that. I haven't decided yet. But yeah. You personally hate how Blender breaks a bunch of application standards. Oh, like probably where they store the config data and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about? So you use a fork called B for artists. That is pretty awesome. Is it a fork or is it like an add-on that reconfigures a bunch of stuff? Because I know you can build like distributions of Blender these days, and that's officially supported. Yeah, like right click to drag to move camera and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, luckily I don't have too much built up from other applications, so I probably could refine my Blender controls to be a little bit better, but it doesn't bother me either. Yeah, okay, it's a fork based on stream, but it extends more than changes. Yeah. The one thing that, or the fork that I was interested in is, whatchamacallit? Blender and NPR. That's not what I wanted. I don't want somebody's course. I want, what was the anime Blender fork called? Goo Engine. Goo Engine is now being back integrated into Blender, which is pretty sweet. I'm happy, very happy to see that Goo Engine didn't sort of like continue as a hard fork and go off on its own, and is now between Blender and Goo Engine, that functionality is being built back in. I love that. You're in the other camp. You love how everything was before 2.8. Yeah, I think it's, with a program like Blender, it's definitely hard to please everybody. I think everybody has different, like programming languages too, to some extent, right? Like people have what they learned on, and whatever they learned on, if they haven't learned anything else, they consider to be like the default. And anything that doesn't do that default is kind of like wrong in a way. I feel like Blender is in that same situation where there's a bunch of different art tools, bunch of standards maybe have been agreed upon by different things, and yeah. Okay, so I'm doing texture storage. I need to pull in this extra little fork thing until maybe I'll add a to-do here. To-do, replace this by using custom attributes for vertex colors. Okay, and then we need to comment the other one out. I still have some of the like example code commented out in here. That's hilarious. Okay, so that's that. This is the post-processing WGSL file. We need this. This can go in a assets. Let's make it assets shaders, I guess. Which brings us to post-process, WGSL. Already forgot what I named that file. Post-processing, perfect. I named it the same thing. Put this in shaders. This still needs the imports. I think I want to move the... I think I want to move the system that updates that to the Uber material. You wish you were better about sketching on real paper to help you explore what you want to create in Blender. Working on it, but you're an old dog. Can't draw a damn ellipse by hand. I mean, you can get better at that. I did an art degree, for anybody that doesn't know, when I was in college. So I wasn't a computer science major by any means. Art and the ability to draw is a skill that you can acquire at any age. We need to add the post-process plugin in here, which currently is not added. Or maybe it is. Why did it pull in automatically? Okay, post-process plugin. Materials plugin. I feel like post-process and materials are like tied together more tightly than I have represented here, but we'll see. Okay, Uber material. This needs to have that texture created. Should probably have a little helper function that does that. Not sure what it is about Saturday at 5 p.m., but for some reason, multiple people I want to watch decided to do regular live streams right at that time. Well, it's good to see you, Crow. Your younger brother started being serious about his art at 18, and he's an artist for Magic the Gathering now. Sick. That's awesome. That's like a thing that people really love about the Magic stuff. Art and the ability to draw is a skill that you can acquire at any age. Yes, absolutely. 100%. I know I just said that and you're quoting me, and I'm reading myself back to quote again, but a lot of his peers started at all sorts of ages. Yes, absolutely. It is a skill. It is a thing that you can learn how to do. You can practice to do it. Yeah. I was talking about this with my other friend the other day. And I was basically like, yeah, I mean, like, there's a reason that you do, you know, can I even draw a straight line a bunch of times in a row? Or like, how do I, you know, shade a sphere, right? How do you, like, how does the light bounce off one end of the sphere, bounce off the table back, bounce up onto the sphere? And like, what material is the sphere? And like that kind of stuff. Like, there's a reason that people look at, you know, apples and whatever and draw them. And it's to gather the skills, right? To understand how the light bounces. It's not because everybody wants to draw an apple. It was like the giving yourself a medal meme. Hey, to be fair, I did start reading it before I realized it was a quote of myself. Okay, post-process, add systems, main. We pulled some stuff in. I think we're mostly good. We need to set up the image though. That's what we need to do. Main image is somewhere in here. Probably already have images. So let's get this. Go over here. We don't have images. Huzzah. Images. Res mute. Right? Res mute assets image. Res mute assets image. And then that's the SDF stuff. And this is the vertex color texture. And this is going to go into here as the storage texture. In Blender, there's an edge split modifier. It basically forces the different normals on a vertex to point in different directions. In edit mode, you can mark sharp specific edges to force it. Yeah, I think that normals are an interesting way. Like, depth and normals are a way to do outlines, for sure. I don't feel like using that data to do that because it's not the data that conveys the artistic intent, right? Like, you can modify normals, but if you use the normals for that, then you can't use the normals for other things, right? And those two use cases might conflict. So the reason I'm not doing normal and depth-based outlines currently is because I want that artistic, like, authorial control rather than having it be a little bit more automatic. Wow, your laptop was also set to 5:30 even though it's 12:30. Wondered where your entire day went. Yeah. What you find really fun is you're making images for the web and skill that is also translating to your new love of 3D printing. Nice. I need to get a 3D printer. And when I say I need to, I mean I don't need to at all, but I really want one. I have no, well, it's not that I have no use case for a 3D printer. It's that I don't have any use case that is not just me spending money on a 3D printer for the sake of having a 3D printer. Post-process, materials, Uber. Vertex color section ID. The system that we have here looks for that material. So I think that this actually should go into the Uber material. I think that this is part of the Uber material and not part of the post process. I don't know. It's hard for me to place this somewhere. It's actually 6:32 for you, but the stream has been going for 1.5 hours already. Nice. Yeah, 9:30. Tariff starting on the 20th. Better hurry. Yeah. Because I need more justification to spend money on a 3D printer. The only other stream that you watch before that only ever goes for 1.5 hours. Ah, so that's why you showed up. It's good to have you here. Back when you were at engineering university, you didn't call it 3D printed, but rapid prototyping, and it cost a lot. Is it rapid prototyping if it costs a lot and you have to send it off to somewhere else? I guess it's contextually more rapid than carving something out of steel or whatever. You printed a funnel for the kitchen the other day and you're working on a battery bracket. Nice. Just making things around the house is paying back some of the expense. Nice. Yeah, I think that I do have stuff that I could do 3D printed stuff for. I have this, like, nobody's going to be able to see this, but I do have things that, like, I could build cases that would be nice. I could send off for a PCB and put this into a case and actually make it more usable and experiment with some stuff more. And that would be fun. I just don't have the time for everything, unfortunately. Such is what it is. I have a breadboard that needs a case. No, I have a thing on a breadboard that could use a PCB and then a case for the PCB. It would be nice to have that be a thing and not just sit on a breadboard on my desk. This is going to be the Uber material. And I think that that's all fine. I think I want to split this out as well, the resize. It doesn't really matter. Let's see. We've got the plugin here. That means I need to take the post-process system that I have, which is this. Because the post-process effectively just uses the material, so I think putting it in the Uber material location is the right place. I also want to place it in first, I think, and not last. But we'll see. Okay, post-process. Do we use the material anywhere else? No, we don't, so we don't have to pull that in. Do we pull this in anywhere else? Yes, we do. This is the extract component plugin. And we use it in the query. So we do need to pull this in for sure. That was the weirdest Rust format or Rust analyzer autocomplete I think I've ever seen. Cool. Why is that saying it's not used though? Oh, because it modified everything, I bet you. Okay. Let me copy this and do a find. Okay, my stuff is here still. Cool. It's there. Wonderful. Don't need extended material. Don't need primary window. I feel like the extract component plugin should go with the material. I don't really need it until I do the post process. But I can't think of anything that I would use it for if I wasn't using it for that. So maybe we pull this over to Uber and we say, like we have to extract this component. Because if we don't extract this component, then we can't use it for anything. So post process, yeah, then we're good there. This does need to query for that. So it's still got a dependency on it. But I think that's fine. So what are we left with? We're left with an application that doesn't run because this is why you wish you were a Tolkien elf. You could live 1,000 years and not learn all you want to. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that, honestly. There's so much stuff to do, so many interesting things to learn, so much stuff to do. I would love to have more time to do all of that. Okay, so I actually changed this inside of the example, didn't I? And not inside of the... I mean, I needed it inside of the example too, but that's not exactly where we need it right now. Should this come from... Yes, I think I'm going to write a little function here. Not in that Uber, in this Uber. So this is going to be pub fn. Actually, what is this? This is just an image. There's nothing special about it. So the way that I use it is as a component here, right? I guess it's not. It's just a handle. And we don't wrap it in the material, right? It's just a handle to the image. The only place it's a component is when we place it on the camera. So I think we need something that is just super generic. New vertex color image. So we pull all of this into here. And then that gives us a good place to like co-locate the concerns here. Because otherwise I'm just going to end up with like some random code for instantiating images stuck all over the place. I think this will return the image itself. This in general can't fail because it's not actually doing anything. New vertex color image. And then this has to be images. res mute, asset, image. The best way to learn is to teach. It's surprising how effective it is. Mentor someone or join a group. That's one of the reasons that I make videos, honestly. Because explaining things is actually one of the best ways to solidify your own understanding of things. And it's nice to do the videos like that because if I make a video, like on YouTube, for example, which is where I do kind of more experimental stuff, then I also get feedback, but I also am not, what am I doing here? Hang on. Where's the camera? Set up camera. Did I put that in a level spawn? I guess I did, right? I think I need to add it to the camera here and then query it in the other place. So post-process settings, right? And then Vertex color section ID, image handle. And then we get to choose our stroke color. Stroke color currently is global. And then our width, what did I make width? U32. Width is going to be 2. I think 2 is going to be the right. It's going to look really funny. Color from Slate 50, which is not in scope. Image handle is, I'm creating it down here right now, but we actually need to query for this. So for our levels, we only have one post process because we only have one camera. Technically, this post process could go on any camera. So I kept that in mind when I was building the effect. But I think we can make the assumption that we only have one right now. And if we ever have more, which we might, then I'll have to deal with that. Because this is a per camera effect. So what do we want here? We want the vertex color images. And then we query for the vertex color section ID. It's a great reminder, very true. That's right. You're the This Week in Bevy guy. You're the reason I chose Bevy, just FYI. Yeah, I'm the This Week in Bevy guy. I do Bevy stuff. This is me. Yeah. Glad you're enjoying it. Glad you find it useful. I think that there's a bunch of reasons that I do This Week in Bevy. But it is definitely image handle, image handle, image handle. I think this can just go in here like this. And then I need images here, mute images, res, mute, assets, image. Yeah, there's a bunch of reasons I do This Week in Bevy. One of which is like somebody kind of needs to collate everything in a way that is consumable by people who don't have the time to spend all day in Discord, you know? Another is I think that there's a lot of work that will get lost otherwise. It's a lot of really interesting stuff that is done basically every week in Bevy. And I think if nobody pulls it out of a pull request and talks about it, then yeah, then nobody, it gets lost. And that's really unfortunate because there's a lot of really interesting stuff happening. How on earth do you keep up with all that? That's a lot of info to gather. I use automation as much as I can, is the real answer. The only way that I can keep up regularly doing all of that is to make sure that I lean heavily on automation that I've built myself. I also do just spend a lot of time doing it. So there's some of that as well. One of the other reasons I do This Week in Bevy is because I maintain educational material. So somewhere on one of these desktops, there is 2048. So 2048 is a workshop that I maintain from Bevy version to Bevy version. And there's this, there's Snake, and I wanted to make more of them, right? One of the big driving reasons for This Week in Bevy is because I need to watch so much of the activity to be able to keep these up to date. That I'm already doing all of that work. Like if I wasn't doing This Week in Bevy, I would still be tracking all of that work to make sure that the workshops can stay up to date. So if I'm doing all of that work anyway, then doing This Week in Bevy is not that much on top of that. Image handle. I think I only need to do this once because then we clone the material itself, right? So theoretically, I've done enough. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of like talking through different topics and also typing at the same time. Invalid field accessor color. Texture store in.color. Oh, a lot of these don't have vertex colors at the moment. So I need to do a check on that. So here, if there is no vertex color, then we cannot do this. So actually, the thing that we are pulling out here, this if-def, also needs to go into our shader. Like, if this thing has colors, then we can use them. If it doesn't have colors, then we cannot use them. Like that kind of vibe. Because a lot of these won't have vertex colors when they just start out, so a lot of them won't even have they won't have outlines or anything. I do think that I need to do some performance work on this. This Week in Bevy is so valuable. I'm glad you think so, and I'm glad you're finding it useful. Do you have a Patreon? No, I do rustadventure.dev, which is more targeted at people who have educational budgets, like employer educational budgets and stuff. I don't do Patreon or YouTube memberships or anything at the moment. Okay, so this all works, technically speaking. One thing that I do want to check, if we do this, do I have file watch enabled? I hope I have file watch enabled. Also, don't worry about leaving me alone and letting me think or whatever. The stream is really for questions and for you all and interacting and stuff. If I was actually trying to get work done, it wouldn't be happening on stream. Interesting. So the post process is not enabled currently. What did I mess up? Where did I go wrong? What did I forget to do? Post processing, Uber. There's no warnings here, right? Unknown vertex attribute color 1. Oh, this is the warning that we were talking about earlier. Unknown vertex attribute color 1. So I would just need to rename that something else. New image, etc. Post process, image gets put in. Storage texture, we get same handle. This is getting applied to everything. We know that. There's no vertex colors, so the color doesn't get stored, but the post-process shaders should still have an effect. Where is the post-process stuff? Post-process plugin from Bevy 15 game and post-process settings. Post-process plugin getting added. Given my accent, you're guessing I might be from Michigan. I am not from Michigan. What am I saying that makes you think I'm from Michigan? That's really funny. I am definitely not from Michigan. Yeah, Chris will just ignore our needs for help and go offline if he's trying to be productive. Yes, absolutely. East Coast, yeah. Originally East Coast. West Coast for more than a decade now. But yeah, originally East Coast. Okay, post-process plugin, materials plugin. Those should both be doing things. Let's make sure that this is even running. Here's our view node. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. It helps make it possible for me to spend more time on more stuff. So I really appreciate that. This is not running our view node. So for some reason, this is not getting added. What did I mess up? Post-process plugin. Extract component, uniform. Yada yada. Nothing should be having issues here. Let's do a debug for post-process plugin. See if that plugin even ran. It did. So what is the issue then? Plugin for post-process plugin. I bet you I did something in example that I thought I did in... Let's go with the simpler example. Let's start with the Uber example, which should also have the post-processing stuff enabled right now. My short A sound is a little Michigan-y. My short A sound. Now I'm going to think about it and go, what about my short A sound sounds Michigan-y? Let's get rid of this buffer log. I don't think we need debug render in there at all, but it's definitely chunky when I don't run it in release mode. And that is almost certainly because I'm resizing that, or not resizing the image, but I am definitely filling that image every frame, which means that that buffer is getting shoved back and forth. Okay, so this runs. Let me quickly review what we have over here for our setup. So this main Vertex color sections plugin, that is our material. That is the material with the storage material and the vertex color. That is added, and the custom fragment is added. So that's good. Then we've got startup and rotate. Startup creates our image and spawns post-process settings with the image handle. Then applies that to a bunch of shapes. And the only other thing in here is that on level spawn, we replace all the standard materials with this extended material. I think we do that already. I think I literally got this code from the game. Oh, I'm not self-conscious about it at all. It's totally fine. I'm curious about what A sound it is. Because, you know, like, I hear my own voice a lot, but I hear my own voice a lot at 2x speed when I'm editing videos. So when I speak at a normal pace and I listen to that, I feel like I sound drunk because I'm used to hearing myself at 2x speed. Watch for changes, materials plugin. This doesn't have the post-process plugin in the example, so let's add the post-process plugin in on the example. That's pretty funny, yeah. Yeah, the vast majority of the time that I hear my own voice is accelerated. So I sound like a chipmunk or something. And I'm so used to hearing myself sound like a chipmunk. Okay, so image in the setup here. We're going with the Uber example right now so that we have a smaller example to isolate the fact that I may have messed something up. Command spawn, material, standard material extension. All of that should be okay. Our camera in this example does not have the post-process stuff on it. Post-process settings. What is it? Vertex color. Whatever I named this is the wrong name because I cannot remember for the life of me what I named this at any given time. Okay, so stroke color. I'm going to go with slate 50 again. I don't want to go with pure white. I want to go with something that's a little bit tinted. So color from slate 50. And then that actually needs to also be wrapped in, or actually this is going to be a linear sRGB or a linear RGB or whatever. Width of 2, image handle probably gets used in the last. Yeah, I'm not cloning it here. I wonder if there's some warnings I could put up for future, remembering it in the future. There's test. Cool. I guess I take that cube and I do the same thing that I did in the demo. And force the normals to be something specific. So in this case, we've got our cuboid mesh, and I'm forcing the normals to be different things in different places. And this overall ends up being the mesh that we then use. So if I take that and I pull that into this Uber example, there should be the mesh. That's for a sphere. This is for a circle. Here's our cube. And I'm just going to dump this whole thing in here. So we're creating a cuboid mesh with the default, so 111. We're grabbing the normal attribute out of that, which is a float 32 by 2 or a float 32 by 3, which is just a vec3. We get those normals, we iterate over them, and we turn those into colors, the vertex colors, and we insert that back onto the cube. So using that mesh should then cause that outline to show up. And there's the outline. It is blinking for some reason. I have a guess for what that is. Let me make that change first. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's in last. I wonder why that's blinking. Whenever you do anything at work, your measure of how to do it is what if the auditors look at it for for programming. My measure of when to use a comment is would this be helpful to future me? Absolutely. So I think there's some performance work to do here. Some maybe scheduling stuff to do. The outlines are a little bit flashy every once in a while. I don't know why that is exactly. But I do know that this is a little bit more resource intensive than I want it to be, is probably the right way to put it. This is just the first implementation. And remember that every time we run a frame, I'm manually clearing this image. So that's probably a thing to fix sooner rather than later. I should be able to at least clear this image using another node or something like that, rather than doing it on the CPU. And then the only time it's changing will be for window repositioning. So like this is when it should be doing it. But I like that for sure. Let's set a vertex color on the circle as well. Yeah, this is the Bevy 15 game, Uber. Well, actually, I don't need to set it on there currently. I think that this is enough to demo it. We could do this on the sphere as well, which would be interesting. But yeah, the sphere, the cube, and the circle could all have this. And I'm thinking about when it isn't in the sphere of influence, I think I want to fill that with either a dither or a crosshatch of some kind. I haven't decided exactly what I want to do there yet, but that's the goal. So it's working in the demo. Let's do the actual run. It is not running here. So what did I change between the demo and the actual implementation? I think there were a couple times when we were working on this and porting it where I clicked into the example instead of clicking into main or something like that. So extent 3D, doing this in setup, using that in the handle. Cube is set up. Spawn. This is just using a point light, and then post-process settings, stroke color, vertex color, section ID. So if I go look at main, I should see materials and post-process. I don't think the order matters, but let me put post-process above materials. The order of plugins can matter. I don't think it should in this case. But, you know, one by one, knock down knock down potential bugs. So post-process plugin and materials plugin. Those are the same plugins in our example, right? Post-process plugin and materials plugin. And they are coming from Bevy 15 game. And Bevy 15 game, materials plugin, post-process plugin. This feels like the weirdest way Rust Analyzer could have formatted that group of stuff. Oh well. Post-process settings. Post-process settings, stroke color and width. Vertex color section ID is getting that new handle. Did I... that might be the difference. I might have messed up this function right here. I might have messed up that function. Let's stick this here and see if our example still works. This is very much like the just going through one by one, checking what I did vibe. Okay, so the function works. That is not the issue. Let's get rid of this stuff, use that function here. Storage texture, image handle. Vertex color section ID, right? Vertex color section. I should rename that to something else. So image handle, post-process settings. Then in on level spawn, This would fail if it couldn't find it to get this image handle. The image handle then gets passed into the material. Material, to my knowledge, is getting applied, right? Let's make sure that that's true. Extended material, extension uber material. Commands, remove the standard, insert the new material. This is definitely happening because the uber material gets placed on it. Future maker. Did you get auto moderated for that? Is that why it's 3 stars now? What was I doing? Okay, lib, etc., main. Okay, so what's the issue then? Because this should be running. Oh, you know what? It will not run unless there is something with custom vertex colors in the scene. And I think, actually, now that I think about it, nothing has vertex colors in the scene. I think that's all it is. I don't think there's anything wrong here. So let's go for this one and go to vertex paint and go to faces and face select something. I think we're face selected, right? Yeah, cool. Vertex paint, paint set vertex colors. So with any luck, this is the issue. Because I was just remembering in my head that the node that we have to run for the post process won't actually run unless that query succeeds. And the query includes a query for something with vertex colors. So actually the way that I've written it right now is that it will not run unless there is something with the vertex colors in there. Okay, that doesn't seem like it was correct. What did I do? Maybe I take the mesh here, and I'm just going to spawn this cube in. I'm going to take this. I'm going to go to main. I'm going to go to on level spawn. I am going to go all the way down here, just after everything. This runs for every entity, so we actually don't need to do that. We can do it right here. Meshes isn't here, blue 400 isn't here, so let's get blue 400 in here. Let's get meshes. Let's get the vertex attribute values. Okay, so we should have a cube that basically spawns in the middle of the platform at 0, 0. Or I guess technically it's not at 0, 0. We can make it at 0, 0 though. Should be a little bit higher. And this should have the correct normals and stuff. So this cube should have the outline, and it does not. So now we know at least that we have something in the scene that is the correct thing that this would apply on. Why then is this not running? Post-process plugin. Add plugins. Remote, default, progress, physics. Did I... This should have materials, right? All materials plugin? Yes. Materials, post-process, before setup. Not that that should matter, but just... Yeah, okay. Why would this not be doing the thing? This is running here. The render node graph is running. The edges are getting added. Do I have something on the camera here that I don't have? Camera, transform, post-process, right? Camera, transform, player camera. Oh, that's it. That is it. You know what this doesn't run on? Cameras that don't have it. Where did I put this? Post-process settings. What did I put this on? I put it on the directional light. I put it on the directional light. Oh, okay. I put it on the directional light. Where's my camera? Okay. All right. Okay. We're just gonna... Yeah, we can see the warning you were talking about. Yeah. Color 1 or whatever it is. Okay, so we can see the outline on the actual platform over there and on this box. Interesting thing is it's showing through the player right now. It is a post-process. And the player doesn't have the outline stuff on it. So just something interesting. It looks like the platform is also rendering above the cube, for example. Also interesting. So like I said, when we were doing this, once it gets added in here, we'll have some ordering issues and stuff. So this is now running. Interesting to note, though, that this does not run if this view query does not succeed. So render order from farthest closest to camera, I guess? Yeah. So right now, the way that I'm doing it is I didn't care about ordering at all, right? We've got... Actually, you know what we can do? Cargo build release. We can just look at it directly. We don't even have to guess. I'm going to build this in release mode. We're going to hook it up to Xcode. We're going to take a GPU snapshot, and we're going to look at the GPU snapshot. So the other way that I was thinking about doing this in the first place was instead of using the storage texture like I am now, I could have a node in the graph that does the rendering and just writes out the vertex colors. I like having it where it is now, which is basically in the material shader. But that comes with certain, like, a certain lack of control, if you will. I don't think I did my little link in here. So release. Oh yeah, I did do the link. Bevy 15 game. So we're going to just go to our executable here. I happen to already have this set up, so I'm just going to run it and hopefully this runs. You're behind. LOL, it's sounding drunk at 1x. Yeah. So we now have the thing here. Did we crash? That's interesting. Did we break point? I don't know what happened there. Interesting. Hit program assert. Did I accidentally add an assert in here? Okay, well, I'm going to stop it. I'm not going to cross my finger or cross my cursor over the... If I don't cross my cursor over it, I'm not going to be able to display the issue. Let's capture a GPU workload. Currently, this is what we're looking at. This is the base, like, if you don't cross your cursor over at all, this is where it starts. We can change the place that the camera is, I think. Or the rotation of the player or something like that. So, I don't think that this shows us the issue that we want to see. It does show us a whole bunch of stuff. This is not even clicking on the right thing. Is the problem that I have Xcode full screened? What the hell? I think the problem might be that I had Xcode full screened. That's so interesting. I don't know where that assert is coming from. It's pthread kill. Oh, perfect. I don't have to actually. Oh, come on. I need to be up in the... Oh, come on. Okay, I want it to be here. Can I tab out? I can tab out. Okay, cool. Cool. I don't know if crossing over this counts. Capture GPU workload. Okay, I have successfully captured the GPU workload and avoided whatever that panic was. I unfortunately do not know what that panic was, so I might have to look into that. Okay, so we've got a bunch of stuff here, right? Can I make this bigger? Yeah. A bunch of these have labels. This is like basically all of the GPU operations you could ever want to look at. Usually the stuff that you care about ends up being down lower. So for example, the main opaque pass 3D is something that I end up looking into quite a bit because usually what I'm doing is something inside of here. So if we scroll down, here's a draw. The draw is first the player, Then the player's eyes? Why is it drawing the player's eyes? I guess where you don't get we don't get occlusion culling until 0.16, so that makes sense. Draw first platform. Draw cube. Draw other cube. Draw mesh surrounding cube. Platform. 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 So that's everything at that point. The storage texture, which I have never looked at in this debug view, so I have to find it. Texture, texture, texture. That's the depth view. This is the... It's not... Yeah, it's this one. Okay, there we go. So because the platform gets drawn second, the fragment shader currently... Can I make this bigger? Can I don't want to export the texture. I just want to make this bigger. Come on, Xcode, work with me. Okay, so this is the storage texture. Literally the storage texture that we're creating with the Vertex colors. What if you do not have Xcode? Is this something RenderDoc does too? Yes. Yes, RenderDoc is good too. So, because I put the storage texture in the fragment shader, we are constrained by the order in which the objects are drawn on screen. Which means that our storage texture, because the cube is drawn first, just happens to be, we end up with overlapping the platform in front of the cube. I know that what we're doing in the fragment shader is very naive. So we basically draw this immediately. We don't do any of this stuff. We don't do pre-pass stuff. Etc. Now, I don't think that changing the position of this actually helps us. Oh, that's not cargo build, cargo run. Because of the way these are rendering. Right, so we still end up with that issue, as you can see here. Because of the order these objects are being drawn in. So I think the real answer to this is going to be not doing this in the fragment shader like I have here, and is actually going to be doing this in a different node. Can a depth test be added to the fragment shader? Yes. We don't have the depth pass made available currently on the current camera, but we definitely can sample the depth texture to determine which one should be in front of which other one. I'm thinking about the process there. So we could sample the depth texture for sure. I guess if depth texture, we would have to store the depth in this other place too. Right? I'm trying to think of an easy way to do it that wouldn't have that. Because the depth isn't actually used until after we're done rendering. By WGPU for like the comparison. So if we're going to use the depth texture here and we do the pre-pass, like if we're going to do the pre-pass anyway, then do we need the depth or do we just do this as a pre-pass? You know what I mean? Yes, you can sample the depth buffer in general. If the current frag depth is behind a previous draw, can't you just avoid writing to the storage texture? Yeah, how do you figure out that it's behind a previous draw though? Right, like that data still needs to get stored somewhere. So I think that that would occupy another channel in the storage texture. Right? Which would be fine. I don't know that this is the way that I want to solve it long term, but we can definitely go play with it. I guess I should commit this since it's working right now. Let's not put this down here. Let's add assets, shaders, source, git commit, outlines. I think that's good. So at least we have something that we know is like doing the thing we expect it to do before I go futzing around with the depth buffer and doing anything else. Shader p-pass, depth. We can also get the normals too. And the motion vector actually, but we don't really need the motion. So on our camera then, main, where's main? On our camera, because last time I did this, I didn't put it on the camera, I put it on the light. Depth pre-pass, I think has to be imported, yep. And then we get a function called pre-pass underscore something that I don't remember off the top of my head, so I'm gonna go look it up. Let's go shaders, pre-pass. This is the depth. I think we need the multi-sampled stuff here too. Let me check the vertex output. I don't think it gets included in the vertex output. Vertex output is in crates, PBR, render, forward IO. Vertex output instance index. What were we using here? We were using the sample index. So we have to additionally grab the sample index here if we want to deal with this like multi-sampled stuff. Which I think we do want to handle the multi-sampled stuff. And then we need to use pre-pass utils, pre-pass depth to get the depth. So if I go to our shader, That's not our shader. That's our shader. And I dump some of this stuff in. We can get rid of some of this, so multi-sampled built-in. And this is just setting the sample index to 0 if it's not multi-sampled. I don't particularly feel like we need this at the moment, but it's easy enough to include, and there's no real reason for us to not do it. And then the depth is going to be the position sample. So because we put the depth on our camera, we should have access to this here. And then we'll get depth if vertex colors are set, because that's when we're doing this. And it's not mesh for us, right? I named it in dot position, sample index. So now we have depth. And I don't think we have like texture store with depth or anything like that. Like there's no... I think we have to do this check on our own. Texture coordinates value. Yeah. So we have to do this check on our own. How does the rastering avoid overdraw? It doesn't. Does it use depth text to clip the shrine of color? Occlusion culling, if I remember correctly, is currently in a PR. Meshlets already have occlusion culling. But two-phase occlusion culling is in a PR, and my guess is that this lands for 0.16. And live. Yeah, in the fragment shader, it's clip position. This needs review. But yeah. So we're just going to overdraw is the answer for the moment. Okay, so these are zeroed out. So the question is, we need to do a read and a write here. Why do I forget what the read is? Texture load. Let's use this other one. So we need to do texture load. The vertex ID, I guess material I called it here. Name them different things in different places. Wonderful, wonderful. Then this is the location that we need to handle. One is going to always be that location. And then I guess we'll use blue for the depth. So we're going to need to store a different color here. When you looked at the GPU capture, the platform was drawn after the player, but it didn't overdraw the player like the storage texture. It didn't overdraw the player like the storage texture. The player drew first. I'm not sure which one you're considering overdraw there. Oh, you think, are you saying that it didn't draw behind the player, but it did draw behind the cube? Cram, would the depth buffer on the object work correctly for the outline that's slightly beyond the object? The depth buffer is not being used for the outline. Right now, we're basically replicating the rendering, which is unfortunate. I think we can do this in a different way. But basically what we're doing is we're recreating WGPU's render target depth buffer. Not the buffer, sorry. We're recreating WGPU's depth comparison operation. So if we did this, used this shader, set a shader depth to write out the vertex fragments, we could use a render target. We could set the same depth comparison in that node, and then we would get this, but it would automatically do what we're doing right now. So I think that's what I'm going to do in the future if this turns out to work. Right now, we're just kind of prototyping it for a second. Because I don't feel like we should need to use the blue channel in the storage texture to do this. But yeah. The player and cube was drawn to the screen texture, and then the platform was drawn later. Yes. The GPU only drew the parts not covered by the cube and player. So you thought the GPU was clipping based, the depth buffer. The issue is not in the actual drawing. The issue is the fragment shader runs for those pixels anyway, which is what the overdraw is, right? The fragment shader is running for the pixels that are behind those objects, regardless. Which means that because we're writing to an alternative storage texture, we aren't using that depth buffer operation to determine whether we should write or not. And thus, anything that's written later overrides anything that's written sooner in that storage texture, but not in the final color. Okay, so we need to load this in, because we're going to store these in the B channel, I think. I think this is not accurate as well. Something else that I'm going to mention. Actually, I think this might be NDC, now that I think about it. Okay, so the GPU does depth testing when writing the color. Yeah, so WGPU, if we even look at the post-processing, not the WGSL, the Rust file. If we look at the render pipeline, right, this is the render path descriptor. The depth stencil attachment here is none. So that's for the post process, just to be clear. But if we look at Bevy's depth stencil attachment, there's a const somewhere that I need to find. Core 2D depth format is what I'm looking for. Not Core 2D, but Core 3D. I think they're defined in similar places. But the TLDR is that this depth is set on the render pipelines that Bevy uses. So anything built in has this. And the depth compare here, compare function always, depth right enabled, et cetera, et cetera. This is the 2D, so it's not as interesting, I don't think. But so 3D depth format is a depth 32 float. This is core pipeline pre-pass. Let's look at mesh pipeline. So depth stencil, core 3D format, like we just saw, the write is enabled, and the comparison here is greater than or equal to. Yeah, unfortunately, the storage doesn't use this as well. I believe that we would need to set up a different render pipeline pass kind of stuff. Like all of the TLDR, we would set up the vertex and fragment shaders as we expected them to be, and then use that to do this. It's a lot more work, I think, to set up a separate node to do this stuff, but yeah. I think that reaching into the render graph or something like that to build up the storage texture that we're currently using is the better option. I don't think, because the storage texture is literally just like a buffer. It doesn't have the same settings. Right now we're using the as bind group storage texture, so binding type storage texture. So we're doing something like this. And as far as I know, buffers don't have any special functionality like that. So there's no like as bind group flag to flip on depth comparison on a random storage buffer, you know? So storage texture, this is what we're using. Image to look up a GPU resource, which will be bound as a storage texture in shaders. The field will be assumed to implement yada, yada, yada. In practice, should be a handle image. We get the dimension, so we have a 2D storage texture, the image format, which we're setting, the access and the visibility, which shaders can actually access it, et cetera, et cetera. But there's nothing here to be like, there's nothing here for stuff that we've started to actually reproduce, right? So one of the things that I also need, in addition to this depth test, is to zero this out every frame. And that's just not something that, if we create this image, it's not something that will work for that. So zeroing it out every frame and also doing the depth test are two reasons to do like a render pass, render target rather than what we're doing right now. That all said, I believe that we can still do what we're doing right now. It's just inefficient. And we're recreating stuff that already could be done in other ways. So if we treat B as depth, right, then we can load in the written depth for any given position. This is likely to be 0. I don't love having like a conditional inside of a shader, but we're just prototyping for the moment. I think it's going to be I forget exactly what this value is right here. So maybe actually, I think it's 0 to 1. But let me go check the Xcode. If I can get back to wherever Xcode's running. Because in world space, depth is like -1 to 0 where the camera is to like 1,000 or something. I did it again. I don't know what that error is, but I can't touch the actual application. So capture GPU workload. Interesting that that cube didn't spawn in. I think I have the shader is writing an error for sure. So if we do this and I look at the depth texture in the 3D pass for some random right. Bound resources. Oh, it's this. Okay. So this is, yeah, like 0.007, 0.006, etc. I don't remember exactly the full value here. What was the issue, you think? Wrong number of arguments. To texture load? I thought texture load took 3. Expected 2, found 3. Okay, texture load is 2. I thought texture load was 3. Oh no, texture load is 2. Yeah, okay. No, texture load is 3. Why does it think texture load is 2 here? Wrong number of arguments. Vertex ID material. Vec2. Mipmap, right? Why does it think there should only be 2? What are we trying to do now? We are going to fix this issue right here. So we've got the outlines working, right? And we can get the outlines working for anything. But one of the things we're having an issue with, which I thought we were going to have an issue with, is the box draws before the platform and behind it. But in our storage texture, we don't get the benefit of having the render target depth comparisons and things like that. So when we write it out into our storage texture, anything that writes later is drawn in front of anything that writes earlier. So the platform edge draws before that in the vertex color buffer that we're using. So that's what we're trying to fix. That's why we're using Xcode. We're doing GPU debugging. That's what it's useful for. So if we do, because we don't have access to render doc or anything like that, if I run the binary, oh, you know what's hilarious? You know what's hilarious? The issue didn't show up there. And that's because I think that they are running in a parallelized bin, so it'll only show up in certain runs. Yeah, it's the GPU debugging specifically. That's why we're using Xcode. We are not using Xcode for anything, especially not for development or, you know, writing code or anything like that. We are specifically using it for GPU debugging because that's what you do on a Mac. Yeah, so look at all this, right? We've got player, box, index primitive, draw, draw, cube is last now. So this is like a is that each frame? No, this is each draw command on the GPU. This is not each frame. This is significantly more granular than each frame. This is every draw command. Right, and actually it's every command. This is set vertex bytes. That's set vertex buffer. This is set fragment texture, et cetera, et cetera. It's all of the GPU commands that are getting run. So I guess non-determinism might be the right word, but every run basically has a chance to order those things in a specific way. And my guess is that those are batched, binned, and parallelized. They don't have any transparency, and I think the transparency is the only stuff that is currently still sorted. So really the answer here is there's going to be some depth value. I don't know that 0 is the right starting value for the depth, unfortunately. But we'll stick with 0 to start for some reason. And to be clear for anybody that is just joining us, we're doing a prototype here. Written depth greater than depth. We're doing a prototype here. So what that means is that this is code that should do what we want it to do, but is not the best way to do it. You're good. You were asking an honest question. I think that the way you asked the question probably could have triggered a bunch of people to be a little bit bashy, but that's not how chat works here. So we're good. So the written depth is the blue channel in our storage texture. Storage texture starts out with a 0 in the blue channel. So if the written depth currently greater than equal to, I don't know, some operation, I'm going to figure out what this is supposed to be. If written depth is greater than or equal to depth, then we write. And when we write, we need to make sure that we use this depth value in this color. So let's do let vertex color red channel equals in.color.r. And then we set this to do vec for vertex color red channel. Depth 0, 1. And I'm not expecting this to work off the bat. And that doesn't solve our problem, interestingly enough. Yeah, I mean, if you if you are a person who uses the technology and you are like, dang, I use this for my daily work, you then thus also have frustrations with it. And I totally get that. I think the kind of bashing that I don't like to have in chat is like oh, PHP sucks or whatever, and you don't use PHP at all. Like that kind of stuff. No, definitely not. If you are a daily user of Xcode or a daily user of, whatever, uh, I understand that you have frustrations. So that's interesting. Postprocessing.wgsl. Let's get that there. Trying to click out. I need a debug command for not moving the mouse. I need to be like, oh yeah, stop the mouse movement. Okay. What I wanted to do was not the diff, but we can load that texture and view the texture. So this is our current texture. Oh, I saved it to the green channel? Did I? .b, texture load. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, well that helps at least. I don't think it helps us because I think some of these numbers are I think the 0 is really hurting us. So let's do something silly. That's not what I wanted to do. If it's 0, then we need to write it. Trying to think about what the depth value is inside of this. If depth is greater than written depth, then we have to write it. But we really want to write it if it's smaller than, right? But then why aren't we getting anything out? And that's because written depth is 0. So it's this, actually. Sick. Yeah, the depth value is strange. It's not the Z position. The Z position in the Z position in world, if I remember correctly, gets converted to a depth that is reverse Z. So it's, if I remember correctly, 0 at the camera, -1 from viewport to camera 0, and then positive after that. Depth MV. Oh, you have there's a function for that. Right. Um, I forget that our shader logic has, or our available utility functions have grown since the last time that I did stuff. Depth values in front of the camera will be negative as negative Z is forward. Yeah, so negative Z is that way. This is inside of camera.rs. So hopefully we have a version of this in WGSL. That would be cool. Otherwise, we can just do whatever. View transformations. That's what we need. This doesn't get used. I wish we had. Okay. Depth of field. Let's go. Let's check the depth of field one. This will be our import. Depth NDC. And raw depth is coming in as texture load, depth texture. They're doing a regular. Interesting. Texture load, depth texture, frag chord 0. Yep. Depth NDC to view Z, raw depth. Raw depth is that texture load. So we should be able to stick this in here. Take this. The lowest value here possible then is what after we do this? Negative. So we always do lower. So something like this, and then we write this value. And then that's wrong, but the question is, can I do what I keep trying to do? Yeah, there we go. I really need to turn that off there. So neither way for this comparison gives us what we want. Yeah. I get it. The depth is definitely confusing in that way because the value changes depending on where you view it from, right? Like Z, for example, the view Z, the world Z, or Z from the camera is not the same as depth. And depth in the shader, I would have to look up to remember. Have I tried Helix? I think I tried Helix a long time ago. I haven't tried Helix anytime recently. feel really weird about this. I think this is going to be something that I want to figure out later. Written depth, texture load, vertex ID material, vec2d, imposition, dot B. Dot B starts out as 0, so if it is exactly 0, then we want to write. I guess it's possible because the depth value there is 0.0 something or whatever. Let's do... Yeah. The depth values are almost certainly negative, right? So view Z negative. If the previously written depth is less than, which means it's further away from, my only concern is that how close are these? Yeah, they're very, very, very small values. Yeah. Well, the depth value is, yeah. The, if you take the absolute value of the conversion to the view Z, then they're not as small. But if you put that back to depth, depth is very small. That's because depth wants to capture more information closer to the camera. So it's kind of packed in. I know that Bevy uses reverse Z depth. One of the things that happened fairly recently is that Godot also moved to reverse Z. I guess the depth should already be written to. So should I really be doing this at all? Right? If the depth that we sample is equal to not position.z. Yeah, well, you're reading the depth from the depth texture, which doesn't have the depth of the previous fragment. It has the depth of everything, right? It's the full depth texture because we did a pre-pass to generate the texture. So we have the depth values for everything that is closest to the camera. So we actually probably don't even need to write the depth to the storage texture because the written depth isn't what I should be comparing. And then I need to put my vertex color red channel back at some point. Yeah, exactly. If the depth from the pre-pass is, I don't remember which thing that is though. This in.position.z should be the depth. Of the current fragment in clip space. Let's go to view transformations in Bevy PBR. Here we go. World space. Y is up. View space. NDC. Z is depth, where 1 is near the clipping plane. In a perspective projection, 0 is infinitely far away. So it's 1 to 0. So we should be doing a greater if we're going to do the other one. What just happened there? I just saw a flash of... Oh no, did I... Okay, that's not good. I moved the camera. Shoot. Okay, so the... Yeah, if you want to write that out, we could do in.position.z, right? And we'll get green here. And let's just unconditionally write for a moment. So this is the Z. This is the exact visualization of Z. So you can see it getting darker as it goes further away because it's 1 to 0, right? Z is depth, where 1 is near the clipping plane, yada yada. So depth. Retrieve the perspective camera near the clipping plane. Convert NDC depth, which is, I believe, what we have from that pre-pass, to linear view Z. So I think we do need to do this if we're going to compare. We could do it either way, really. But I think this is... View C... Convert NDC depth to linear view Z. We have Z, which I think is linear view Z, which is 1 to 0. Depth itself is NDC depth, which is, I think, is -1 to 1. So -1, if I remember correctly, -1 is camera, 0... No, 0 is camera, -1 is viewing plane, and 1 is far out. Might be reversed. So to take that NDC to the view Z, I think that should be it. Basically, I'm trying to avoid writing into the storage texture. Unless this is closer to the camera. So I think if written depth, because it's initialized to 0, then we need to do a write. And otherwise, we can check to see if I think this is right. I have to go do a debug thing and figure it out, actually. I'm not sure. And I'm spending a bunch of time on this. So I think this is something that I'll have to figure out off stream for the moment. But realistically, I think this is the wrong approach anyway. This would force it to work, but I think I want to take the other render graph approach, add another node. Couldn't you write in-depth position.z to the storage texture as the blue channel and not need the depth buffer? What do you mean by not need the depth buffer? Right, like we can write that into the channel for sure, but like, what are we using it for then? Right? Oh, there we go. No, that's the wrong. So then we get this, which is clearly problematic. Right? Problematic, but correct half the time. Good enough for me. The other thing is that right now, what we're doing is filling this with zeros. And I think that's the wrong thing to do. I feel like the numbers are potentially just too small. All right, so can I force one to be on top is basically the question I'm asking myself right now. Not really. Rounding error, quantization error. This is the values are effectively very close when they're depth, like very, very close. Like if I remember correctly from our Xcode adventure earlier, and my previous explorations with depth and stuff. These are like 0.06 and 0.08 or something like that. See. Main opaque pass. Depth here versus depth here is 0.0087 versus 0.007. Oh, yeah. That's probably it, isn't it? That makes more sense. So question being, how do we solve that temporarily currently? If that's the issue, right? Then that means that one of them isn't getting written some of the time because of the order of operations here. GPU memory fences. Let's learn about that. Have to use the depth buffer and in position Z since the depth buffer is fairly written before this pass. Yeah. But like, the question being, of course, that's this is one of the runs where it works out. No, tell me, that's why you don't change code while nothing's running. Tell me I just didn't fix it. I don't. Okay, well. I guess all I needed to do was not think too hard about it. I'm gonna claim streamer brain on this one. Jeez. For real? I mean, it's yeah, at some point when I have more brain space, I will definitely go back and be like, why didn't I do this before? Was I thought I was doing this at one point. With depth and Z. Maybe I wasn't. I don't know. Code is fixed. My brain is beyond repair. Yeah, that's the vibe. You couldn't split my focus or your focus. Like the stream, focusing on coding and talking to people would be impossible. I think it's just a practice thing, honestly. So we're not using written depth here. We don't need to do that extra right. Let's get rid of that. Let's get the depth in position C. Vertex red channel. Let's just put this over here. We don't even need the depth here. So like it doesn't matter. So our outlines are good now. I mean, I don't know that they're good. Good might be the wrong way to frame that, but we've got outlines. And even cooler, we've got outlines on specific things, which is very fun, right? Like this box here has an outline, but only when it is intersecting with a thing that is defined to have outlines, and not when it has overlap with something that doesn't. Or rather, the way I should phrase that is when the vertex colors are the same or not set, then you don't get outlines, which is very cool. Now, interesting thing is that the corners there are I want to take a screenshot of this before I forget. Do you have any light mapped scenes I can test a Bevy PR on? I don't have any currently. I could make one. How important is it that you have one, like from somebody else or whatnot? I am happy to spend some time today and make one, if that would help. Okay. Okay, let me set some more of these vertex colors. Let's do, I don't know, 0.3. Set vertex color. Let's do something, I don't know, like 0.8 on this one. No, light mapping is definitely something that I've been meaning to play with, but I haven't gotten to yet. Did I save or did I export? File export GLTF misc export run. Yes, the depth prepass is called a prepass because it includes the entire scene. That is why it's called a prepass in this case. It is not just why are these corners not getting highlighted? It is not just a single thing. Vertex paint. Oh, blending mode maybe? Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Painting some vertex colors at the moment, if I can handle that. Paint, set vertex colors, okay. And then edit mode, select something else. I just feel like I feel like it's harder to set these vertex colors than I want it to be. Amazing to see you working or playing, who knows? In previous snapshots of the storage texture, the whole platform was the same red color. Yes, that was before we were setting the colors. I should be able to currently make it show outlines, assuming that I've done things correctly, which at this point, almost 4 hours into the stream, is a stretch. Comment this out, texture load. Yeah, so that's... all of these are the same color. And the question is, por qué? Because they should be different, right? Shouldn't you write the vertex color to the storage texture? Am I not doing that? Let's see. Texture store, vertex ID material, position, in.color.r. Yeah, we're setting it. If we weren't setting it, we wouldn't see any outlines. Yeah. I think we're good here. It is not... Am I saving into the wrong directory? That's entirely possible. Bevy 15 game assets misc, GLB, misc1, GLB. Include custom properties. Maybe the pink and red, you think? So if I select the top here, only the red channel should matter, just to be clear. Change this to 0.5 or something. Feels weird. Feels like the vertex color data is not getting set. Let's see, LS assets, misc1. Last time this was touched was when? A minute ago. Make sure we're using that. Level 1 in MISC. And MISC is... oh, let's get rid of this debug here while we're in this file. MISC is MISC1, which should be there. I'm not sure why that vertex color isn't getting set. I'm not overwriting it with the logic that I did for the other cube, am I? No, because if I was overwriting it with the logic for the other cube, it would have outlines. I don't know why that is not getting colors. Vertex paint, yada yada. See, when I face selection masking for painting, vertex selection, face selection, this, paint, set vertex colors. I think that might be it. I think I might not just not understand how Blender wants to apply those changes. It's the whole thing again. Why is this like this? Texture material. Let me do this. Let me go to a different object that doesn't have anything other than a regular material on it. Let's do vertex paint, do the selection here, select the top, go back to vertex paint, set vertex colors. And what I'm thinking that this will do is it will tell me whether the material is having any impact on that or not. The issue is the vertex colors for this other platform aren't getting set in any way that isn't. Okay, so that's also not doing it. Is this a problem with the way that I'm writing it? Because right now we're doing texture store in the material at the position. Let's just do in.color for the moment. Maybe I messed something up in my conversion. I did. Almost certainly did. Well, no, this looks right from the bug perspective. So why are those getting... That's not what I wanted to do. I don't think I've ever wanted to click a link in my terminal. So the question is, why are these not getting separate vertex colors? I shouldn't have to manually duplicate anything, as far as I'm aware, because, and I'll show you why. There's this cube 7 here, right? And this cube has a vertex painting that came from Blender, right? So this cube was able to have that happen to it, right? It's got 3 different colors. When we pulled it into the demo, this is the cube from the demo, right? I was able to paint them on here. Is the problem that I wasn't selected on the mesh? No, because the colors show up here. So I guess if I remove this material and I export, can things with vertex colors not have materials? Things with vertex colors. God, that's much harder to see. Is that actually a border or is that? I need to change the color of the outline. Yeah, so now this works. So there's an issue with the... If you have a material, then the vertex colors don't port over for some reason. Oh, you might need to plug the vertex color into the shader in Blender? Let's look at this one. Let's go to shading. Volume, displacement, thickness. Where would that go? Search for vertex cube. I am definitely going to be able to do that. Should be an input. But why would I be doing that? Add an attribute node with this name. So you're saying that you think that I have to manually specify this attribute anyway? So the base color can become the vertex color? I don't want the base color to become the vertex color. The vertex color isn't for coloring the output. The vertex color is just for data. It would be really weird, right? Blender, vertex, color, export with material. I have a mesh with vertex colors applied as an attribute. Tried to export, which is supposedly saving. However, yada, yada, yada. In the attributes pop-up, you need to convert the color to byte color and the domain to face corner. Color attributes. That's in the mesh. So let me look at this. Color attributes. Here's attribute, right? I don't get to look at this in any significant way. I can reset it. Yeah, the vertex color in the face corner. But I already, by setting them like I'm setting them when I'm setting them in the paint, when I select a face and set the color, that should already be doing that for me, right? Yeah, I think they're referring to re-imports, yeah. Yeah, I can go through the meshes and check them. But I think that I'm already doing that by showing them in the shader, right? Like that color should be the color. Can I probe the file? Yeah. Let me import the GLB, check the GLTF, and see what happens. Search for color. There's all my custom stuff. Base color, base color, base color, base color. Color 0, color 1. Color 1 is the unknown. Color 0, I think, is the attributes. So this should be on platform 1 is cube 21. So this is cube 21. It's got color 0. So let's compare that as well to, what's the other one? Platform mesh. So cube 21 has color 0 and color 1 actually. Is this the one I was messing with that I needed to fix? Am I painting color 1? Where's my color attributes, attribute? How did this end up with like data there? You think it's going to have one for each color I apply? Okay, let's check out platform. I don't know. Platform mesh only has color 0. I think color 0 and color 1 are different. Yeah, primitives. Right? This is cube. Right? Platform mesh only has color 0, even though platform mesh has 2 colors on it, right? You think so? I can test that actually. So for this, right? we've got this. And I can set an additional color here, not in object mode, in Vertex Paint, which we already have, by the way. So we have minimum two colors on platform mesh. And we only have one color 0. So I think that's already proven wrong. GLTF. Only color 0 attribute has defined usage. An additional base color multiplier. That's the vertex color. Yeah, so color 1 is just like whatever if you happen to have that defined. So color 1 is not related. Like color 1 is not. Yeah, color 1 is not. It's something we should get rid of at some point. I should figure out how to get rid of that. The question is, what the hell does it point to in the GLTF file? Yo, Chris, what low-level language would you suggest in 2025? Rust. There you go. Materials, meshes, textures, images, skins, accessors, buffer views, samplers, buffers. Okay, so scenes, nodes, materials, textures. I don't know where color 0 is going to be. You think it's the buffer views? So you think it's an index in the buffer views, and then the buffer is just like some data in the buffer, and that sucks because that means we have to then like hex dump the buffer or something? That doesn't sound fun. I don't even know how that data is packed in there. Where's the dot bin? Data bin? What's it? Hexel. How do I do an offset? Byte skip. Let's just try one of these, I guess. Buffer 0, byte length 326488. How do I get less output? C512. I don't know. Also here, the vertex colors are displayed differently in Blender's 3D view. Can you switch the view mode from a material preview to solid? Yeah, I can do that. Viewport shading. This is solid. It's been in solid. Oh, you mean in, that's an edit. Edit is also solid. Yeah, it's solid. I don't know where to find the data for that inside of here though. Oh, it's all good. I always appreciate your suggestions. Okay, so I don't know how to read the data out of this. Out of this random binary buffer. Yeah, but if we were gonna print the stuff as it comes into Bevy, it's just gonna be the same stuff that we already see in the shader, I would assume. I can definitely do that. Let me on level spawn. Meshes. Command spawn mesh material 3D extension. I don't think they should be converted to 8-bit. I'm pretty sure I watched a video yesterday that said if you're using 8-bit for color, you're messing up. The video was from somebody who is far more knowledgeable than I am, so I think I'm just going to trust them on that. Okay, so for entity and whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess we just do meshes. We'll have a bunch of meshes, but it'll be fine. So here's a mesh. So just attribute. Yeah, it's just attribute. And then it's what? Vertex attribute values. Float 32 by 4. But that's not really what I want here. I want mesh. What's the constant name? Attribute color. So let sum colors equals this. Else continue. And then this is not sum. It's going to be vertex attribute values float 32 by 4 colors debug colors. So there should be in this whole project at least 2 that have vertex colors on them. Maybe 3 because of the cube that we spawned in. So the other thing, well, this is going to be really awkward. Yeah, I think the implication was that 8-bit doesn't store enough space to do anything with them for the rendering pipeline. It was the from pixel to screen or something like that from the Unreal rendering person. I just kind of watched or listened to it in the background mostly, so have to go watch again for a full actual listen. Colors. Okay, so we have colors, right? Print line. Get a little bit of a better output here. So we should have at least 3 objects. It looks like more than 3 objects. One of the objects looks quite big. So probably also want to try to fetch the name associated with any of these meshes. What's the easiest way to do that? Probably to query anything with a mesh, get the name with it, and then get that mesh from the meshes instead. So then we get name and mesh 3D. I can never remember how this goes. Mesh material 3D. Or mesh 3D. Mesh 3D. So then this becomes query meshes dot iter. And mesh 3D, and then we do meshes.get meshes.get m3d.0 dot attribute. This is going to be unwrapped. Attribute color, print line, new line, name. So we have platform mesh, which to me looks like it has some colors that aren't ones. And then cube 21. Cube 21 only has red. So guaranteed that we're not messing anything up in the shader. The data that's coming from cube 21 is just red. It's actually white, technically speaking. But if I reverse engineer from what I know about Bevy's rendering, then Bevy uses the vertex color to multiply against the base sample, which means that white for a vertex color would result in whatever shader you have applied. So that does feel like it points to the export setting the vertex colors and overriding them. But only if you have a material. I feel like I would bet money on at this point Blender overwrite. I don't want to convert with materials. Maybe we go down the custom attribute sooner rather than later. How much time do I have left? Oh, I'm over time. Work around the fact that Blender actually does the vertex colors. Yeah, the vertex color input is what you mentioned before, I know. Blender 4.1 has killed the possibility to export vertex colors to GLB if the mesh has no material signed. Yeah, that's not true. We just saw that work. I don't want that comment. I want the PR. Export vertex color only when used in shader node tree. I wonder if this got reverted. Okay, here's a summary from the PR implementer. A common usage, vertex colors are used not only for vertex color, but also for transmission of other custom data. Yes. GLTF proposes a way to transmit custom attributes, but for a number of reasons, this workflow is not commonly used, not well known, not perfect from Blender side. Need to use names starting with underscore to avoid exporting internally used custom attributes. Lack of implementation for viewing in engine and stuff. All of these make it so that vertex colors are kind of used for custom attributes, even though it goes against GLTF spec, which says that VC must act as a multiplier of base color. Interesting. That's good to know. So we're definitely abusing vertex colors here. Like definitely. Well, I think what's happening here, it doesn't look like it got reverted. Yeah, but the vertex colors Neopallium are white, and white multiplied with something else gives you the something else. So if you have a material and there does need to be vertex colors at all, and they're exporting white, that might be because if you are authoring something inside of Blender, it could be confusing for something with vertex colors to actually be manipulating the material. The PR proposed a change that makes vertex colors more accurate when they're used the way the GLTF spec requests it, but breaks other usages. Setting custom attributes will generate valid GLTF, but a fully compliant viewer must use this data as a base color multiplier, probably resulting in weird shading. Says that they were intending to come back. Here's a proposition for 4.2. What version of Blender am I using? About Blender. 4.2. I have 4.2. Option to export VC even if not used in node tree. Export all vertex colors. File, export, GLTF. Material. I didn't pay close enough attention to where that option was. Mesh vertex colors. Mesh vertex colors. Says export all. It's already checked. Ah, they added a little warning here when you do this too. So let's run this and do the bad thing. See if that works, just so that we know. Then if it does work, which it does, and look at that border right there. So now the outlines work everywhere, everywhere we would expect them to. So I have a to do now to use the custom attribute instead of the vertex colors. It seems like Blender really wants to adhere to the GLTF version of things. So we'll go with that and we'll use a custom vertex attribute. And we'll figure out how to do that. That'll probably be a different video, different stream though. For the moment, we do have working stuff, which is very cool. I'm going to set this color again back on the material. Yeah, I mean it makes sense, right? Like it's not I don't think that they should do the bad thing by default. So now we have, see how the border, yeah, I can't see me point, but you see how the border for this edge on the thing that we're standing on doesn't have an outline? And then we come over here and it does, because these two or these three faces are all different, but this one is not. So now we get to fully choose where the outlines show up for everything, which is cool. I really like that. There is a little bit of jank, I think, in the way that I've set this up. The depth check that we're doing in the fragment shader doesn't feel like what we should be doing. I feel like we should run this as a different render node. I feel like this should potentially be its own pre-pass or something, you know? But yeah. More or less, the GLTF export plugin is not developed by the Blender Foundation, but by Kronos. Anyway, both are open source, so the community mess with both probably. Yeah. You could probably do stuff like the silhouette outline thicker and internal outlines thinner, color them differently. I don't think I can do that with the current code. I don't differentiate between them at the moment. It's all like you make really thick outlines though. It's that only outline. A nice thick 20 pixel outline on everything. Almost looks pixelated. Yeah, so the outline I think also has some, I don't want to call them issues because I don't know if I'm going to keep it or not as an artistic decision, but it doesn't have any anti-aliasing. So the outlines, if I take a screenshot and get in real close, that's not what I wanted to do. Also not what I wanted to do. So if we dig into this here, you can see that the outlines are very, very, very much not anti-aliased at all, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that. I would have to do something to this in some way to make it not do that. Have to use like a Gaussian blur or something, or like some kind of other anti-aliasing kind of approach. But yeah, that's why it looks pixelated, because it really is. It's all hard pixels. There's no softness in these outlines currently. What does the wireframe plugin do? The wireframe plugin should render gizmos for all the meshes, if I remember correctly. If going the way of custom properties, maybe using edge custom properties is better, but that would complicate things a lot. I don't know what an edge custom property is. An edge property on the mesh? I guess that would be a different implementation, right? Like we could just draw lines and stuff wherever we wanted to, but yeah. There are crazy fancy things you could in principle do with dynamically generated outlines. Some cartoony anime painterly shaders do wild things. If you have any links to those, I would love to see them. It's just, this is about the, honestly, edge of my knowledge with generating outlines. This is, I don't know what else to do with the outline. So I would have to look stuff up and research it. And the biggest problem with that is actually just compiling a list of stuff that can happen. So would be very happy to see anything in that vein. In Blender, you can add custom properties to each some edge. I wonder how that shows up in shaders. I'm really only familiar with how that data shows up, like from vertices, et cetera, like UVs and things like that too. And I'm curious as to what how that data shows up if you stick things on edges. You have 5 domains: vertices, half edges, face corners, edges, faces, and normals. Each of them can probably have custom data. Half edges and face corners are the same thing. Okay. How is this shader going to be used for gameplay? Which shader? You mean which piece of the functionality? The outline is probably just going to be all the time. Like the outline is probably going to be a visual effect. The like SDF-ish kind of thing. My general plan is to have it. Well, my general plan is to have more of these color reveal things in the level, and to have either a crosshatch or more of a drawn look for other things. So the idea would be, theoretically, things like if you have a wall in a puzzle and the wall looks blank until you have a particular box around it, which then would show you the texture on the wall, which then has like a key or an instruction that you then need to go do or something like that. I think those kinds of things would be cool. I also, just generally speaking, love the idea of kind of like putting color back into the world. So TBD, I think. Crazy things with outlines. For instance, you can make it partially shading dependent, giving thicker outlines and shadows, and apply specific brush effects dynamically. Yeah, you mean brush effects as in like the kind of thing that I'm doing with the SDF at the moment, even though it's only like XY plane or whatever, or XZ plane. rather than a simple square brush as you seem to be using right now. A simple square brush. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I get what you mean. Like we're doing... It's only a brush in the sense that I'm choosing individual pixels, but yeah. Like there's no drawing that's happening for the outlines. Well, I mean, that's wrong. The drawing is individual pixels being selected using the Sobel filter. You could definitely add some noise to that and do various things. I could definitely see that happening. But yeah, I think really important things moving forward for the game are, wow, that was a really fast throw. Are to get a level together, like introductory tutorial level, to probably at some point fix the performance of this like prototype outline shader, etc. effect. I think the way I've implemented it is subpar at best. It works for sure, as we can see. It gives the artistic control that I want. It is not the most performant as far as I can tell. And then also the character. The character has to be a thing we do fairly soon, because this cylinder is fun and all, but as we build out like a level here, it's got to be more and more character-y. The one thing that I wouldn't say struggling with necessarily, but the one thing that I have been thinking about with respect to the character itself is that I kind of wanted like a character with a big head. If that makes sense. And it's hard to carry things over the top of a character with a big head. So I think one of the reasons that I haven't been doing the character-based stuff over the last week or two is making the decision about whether picking things up and having arms connected to the thing that you pick up is important or not. How should you apply scale to objects in Blender? Applying scale should be done, I guess, either the key combo or the menu. If you have a thing and you're looking at the transform and it has some scale factor over here, then you can jump into object, apply, all transform, scale, location, rotation, etc. I think there's a short key for that, but I don't know it. Why should we apply scale to objects in Blender? Because it's confusing if you don't, is really the answer. Scale and stuff can affect like physics when you add it, and having everything at the scale that you have made it makes a lot more sense, especially when you're debugging what's happening. Because there's no like visual, hey, this is scaled 2x alert. So if it scales 2x and puts something in the wrong spot, you're going to have a hard time debugging that. At least in my opinion, that's why you would apply scales. Yeah, we talked about Project Goo or Goo Renderer earlier in the stream. Is Project Gold what they're calling the Goo Renderer work that's being put back into Blender? They recently announced that they were kind of like working on putting Goo Renderer stuff back in Blender. Oh, Gold is unrelated to Goo. Okay, cool. Yeah, but anyway, I'm happy with what we've got done today in general. Basically just applied the outline shader to the game. Ran into a couple bugs and stuff. But I'm generally happy with it. I do think that the performance of the way that I've done the rendering needs some work. I think that I'm doing some silly things like not resizing necessarily, but filling with zeros at the start of each frame on the CPU for basically a GPU thing. Oh, yeah. The thing they were doing that got stopped and turned it into a showcase. Yeah. Cool. I think that's going to be it for today. I think we're kind of over my usual time. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I will see you next weekend, I think. I think everybody's here next weekend. Yeah.